Hello. Wait, I actually gotta put my mic up to my face, I guess. That probably would help. Hello, I'm tired. B? Is my mic actually working? My mic is actually working. Is the music working? I'm just now realizing. No, okay, I can see the music is working. It's just quieter than my voice. Yippee! Alright. What am I doing today? That is the truest question I could ask. Double checking. Okay, that goes into that corner. I believe everything is open. So here we are. We're back in here, and I don't know where I'm at. Uh, So I was working on this camera system yesterday, and I got it so that the view port works, the camera display works. Okay, because it all of that works. All what I need now is I need to have buttons. I need to make buttons that change. So what I need is I need to actually remember what does the base button stuff look like. It has class VR button, button area, button mesh, button area entered, touch, hand. Okay. Do think that makes sense. Do do doom doom boom. Yeah, I can't think of what else this would need. Do because I think I need to call this into what's it called? Well, I think what I need to do is instead of having these be referenced in the code, I think I need to export these. So that way I don't have to do this. I think that is the first thing I need to change with this code, because setting it up here is not what I should be doing. Okay. Stretch. Oop. I think that is the first thing I need, and then what else I think I need is I think I need. Okay, what I could do, let me go look at what the button actually looked like in here. Button, yeah. Cause that was to do type here button. Oh, it's cause what is this the area to cause collision shape actually what was collision shape mesh instance was the mesh button area I think was actually the top button. I think if I did this, do yeah, that still should work. I guess what I should do actually is I should probably plug in the headset to make sure that it's working. Because now I'm not using logic. Now I actually have to see that stuff is working. So let me actually take a moment to set up all the VR logic stuff. Let me take a moment to set up the VR stuff. Do do do. Alright. Put that there and shrink it. Let me put on the headset. And let me get the headset connected up. Doesn't think it's connected. Oh, I should also make sure that trying to plug it back in. Enable. I do. Okay. Then, if I were to click this button, sorry, I'm just making sure I've set it up properly to work. I feel like I'm not in the right spot right now. Oh, my stuff is a mess. That still works. Do 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 do. Okay. What am I doing? Okay, wait. I think I can show you guys. Let me double check. I can show you guys this. Yeah, it doesn't look like any of the VR stuff is open up on that screen. Okay. So I can show this. I'm in VR to VR works, and then it looks like this button is currently working, but I think I set it back to what it was. So if I look back here, if I change this to not be like that and then test this. Okay, so that all still works. Okay. So this system works, which was the main thing I needed to check with the headset. So I'll set it down for a second. I also, this is plugged in, right? I need to set these controllers on the charger because they are dying because I have not used them in a while. Okay. So this system works for the button. What I need now is I need a camera button. I basically did I set my headset there we go. Okay. Cuz this is all the stuff for VR button. I guess what I could do with this. Yeah, I need a camera button. Create new script. Camera button. Is my mic should still be set up to the proper mic, I believe. Let me test by turning off my mic. Okay, yeah, it's using the right mic still. Just want to make sure it was using the correct mic and not the headset mic. Camera button. Yeah. And then for the camera button, I need. Okay, actually, let me close all Then open these two. This needs to extend a FR button. Then I'm gonna call it class. Is it class name? Yeah, class underscore name. Camera button. Is it just upset because I haven't? Why is it not turning green? Why does this one turn a green color? That's fine. What I need then is what do I need on the button? I guess it depends on how I want to set this up. Well, I know I need to change this button untouched and button touched. Okay. Active. What I need it so that it needs to be able. I guess I don't need the how do I set this up? I want it so that when it is let me actually write this down so I can remember what I'm about to say. When colliding with hand, I need it to be I need it to be one color. When colliding with what? When active camera, it needs to be another color. And then D. Three. Alright. So I need it so that when a button is touched by a hand, it activates. Okay, so in here I need button activate. Function button. I'm just gonna copy it over. Function button activate. Do I need button activate and then I need button untouched. Copy. Yep. I think I'm also gonna export variable touching color. I want touching color. I want active color, export variable active color, color, and then export variable deactive color, color. On ready, and then this is color, this is red, green, blue. If I'm exporting a color, how does, okay, I can use a wheel for this one. Oh, hell yeah. Change color button, on start is gonna be deactive color. What I need is export variable toggle button, which is gonna be a boolean. Yes. All right. Yeah. And then what I want is if hand, if collide with hand, change color button is change color button is touching button, touching color. If boom, 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 boom. If toggle button is equal to true, I guess what I need is for also on toggle button, I need variable button active, which is another boolean. And then I guess instead button active, if toggle button if toggle button is equal to true, deactive color. Okay, so button untouch if toggle button true, deactive color, if toggle button, if area entered as hand, change button color to touching color. If toggle button is true, button active is area. Yeah. Hmm. All right. No, this makes sense. It's so making sense so far, because I basically want this base button code to be able to work for the doors, the cameras, and then, hell, I could probably make this even work for the secondary task, like area. Do do do. Function button active. Function button deactive. This color should probably for active should be active color. And this one should probably be this one should probably be deactive color. Can I set these to be? Can I be like? Oh, that does set it automatically there. That's actually exactly what I was hoping for. Color active is gonna be 0, 1, 0. 0, 0, 1. Just have those default set. Do, 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 do. Okay. Okay. Function button touch area if area is hand. Change button color touching color if toggle button is equal to true. Button active is area if toggle button true. Button active is active if if toggle button true, button active not button active if button active underscore button active area else button I guess I could do button, yeah. Button active else button deactive. What is this problem? What is this thing's problem? Okay. Area if button active else. Chat, I don't know what's happening either. Exactly. What is happening right now? Right now, I think the Adderall is kicking in, and I'm working on making it so that the buttons Every type of button is going to be referencing this base code, which, and when I say button, I mean how, like, if the VR hands interact with buttons, because there really isn't one built in, so I have to make a button, which I already made a test button earlier, so I know what I'm working with. Because I need to get the area and I need to get the mesh because I need to be able to tell when the hand enters the button, and then I'm able to connect the area. I'm able to connect the area so I can tell when the hand enters. Well, I can tell when something enters the button, most likely the hand, but just to make sure, if an area enters, it checks if it's the hand, then it does the stuff, else it pushes a warning that something else has entered it. And then it changes the color to the touching color, which I have exported as well, so that way I can change it depending on the button. I also set it default to blue for touching, green for active, red for deactive. But if it is a toggleable button, because I want to have it so buttons can either be ones that you toggle on and off, or I want it so that buttons are have to be held, I think is like what I think the button that I have in mind that is held is not actually a button, but is the thing of I just needed some I give me the options to work with. That's why I have the toggle button, and then if it's a toggle button when the hand enters, it flips it switches the button active to either be false or true depending on what it previously was. And then if button active area, if button active, else button deactive. To do yeah. And then I just have it set to what the correct colors are supposed to be. And then if it's untouched and its toggle button is false, then it goes to deactive color. And then it changes. This is just a color change one that changes the material, overrides the material, changes the color, and then overrides the material to be a different color. Yeah. And that's just the default button. Let me see if the colors do just, if all the changes I've done to this button code still works. Let me put on the headset to make sure. I'm in the floor. Okay. If I do that, it's loading. Where are the controllers? Oh, it crashed. What? Wait, I think my cable is being weird. I have a mess. Where are my controllers? There they are. Dropping them. Alright. Give it 1 second. I gotta re-enable the link. And I'm in. And I'm not in. Okay. If I refresh it, will it fix itself? It is. I'm not centered. Give me 1 second. Let me recenter in Steam. There we go. Deactive, blue. Blue is touching, so that is working. If I were to set this to a toggle button and then restart it, doesn't work. Perfect. I guess I gotta figure out where it's going wrong. Let me print here. Print button active. And see if the problem is, let me see if the problem is that. Actually, let me test that. Print. Print and do deactive code ran. Okay, let me test that. Load the game. Hit. So it doesn't look like it's switching on and off. It just looks like it's constantly deactive, which is great. It is just constantly deactive, but it does mean that it's still running the code. It's just not changing. So why is it not changing? Isn't this supposed to be if button act? Isn't this supposed to like change it, or did I do something wrong here? Actually, am I supposed to put it here? Is that? Hang on a second. Was that it? Ooh. Headset. Where are the controllers? I dropped them on the ground. It works. Okay. Okay. Button looks to be working. I don't like how I can hear the Steam VR room in here in my head because of how I have my device set up. Because my device, I have it set up so that it plays the device audio in my headset when I'm connected to the PC, because I much prefer using my headset when gaming. And I don't know if I want to turn that off. I don't think I'm going to turn that off. It might be annoying to have the birds chirping in my ear, but stream cannot hear it, so I'm not going to worry about it. So yeah, the button, this activates properly. I didn't change, I removed all the code that told me everything was working, but I could tell because the buttons was changing color. So the buttons work. Like how the default button works. And then what I need to do is I need to take the camera button, and then I need to do button active, button deactive. Because this needs to do something different. I guess what I need to also do is for the button, I need to export variable. I need to get the camera system, because the camera system has the cameras. I should also look at the script. Yeah, current camera change. That's what I need to set. I need to be able to run this script in the camera buttons. So what I need to do is I need to get the camera buttons. I need to get camera system. That needs to be a node pass. I also need to export variable button camera ID. And that is a integer. So that way I can set it. Oh, that's not supposed to be capital. That way I can set the button's camera ID to be one of these camera IDs. Export variable. Okay. Function button active. Change the color. What I need to do is on ready. I think I also need to. Let me call this custom pass. Camera pass. And then variable camera system. Because for some reason it won't let me. I don't think it wasn't. Actually, let me export variable camera system node. If I duplicate this button, let me do test camera button. I need to fix that. And then 3D, let me move that over just so I can tell which one is which. Test camera button. Let me also make sure that this is the correct one. And then I need to give it the camera button script instead of the other one, which means I need to I want to capitalize that VR button actually. Base button. Oh, I'm gonna capitalize the VR. Just will look better if I do that. And then that means I also gotta fix it in here. Yeah, that does just look better. Okay. Test camera, I need to put that into button area, this one into button mesh. Then let me camera system. Interesting. I can't just put the node in there. Why was I not doing that before? I think. Why was I not just adding? I'm trying to remember why I wasn't doing the viewport one. I think it's probably because this has to be pass in scene. I think that was. Was there no other way for me to do viewport? Let me check texture. Let me check the Godot document. Actually, can I check it in here? Do texture 3D. Sprite 3D, texture 2D. Interesting. What? Can I get this? Material override. Texture, set textures, object, if stream. So written size, okay. Texture 2D actually is probably where I want to go. Set viewport pass in scene. I don't see that in here. Maybe that's texture. Interesting. I'm not seeing what I'm not seeing where in here. Not actually seeing in here where this is referenced from. Can I? Because it's referencing Sprite 3D texture. Maybe it's in Sprite 3D texture. Could it be geometry instance? Could it be in here? Interesting. I'm not seeing where this piece of code comes from. Texture. Viewport texture. Ooh, this is probably it. Ah, yeah, no, it only lets me do a viewport pass for the viewport texture. It won't let me do an actual node, which is probably why I was using the viewport pass for this one. Which, if I... all cameras... Oh, I also think the reason why I was doing it for the cameras, if I go to here, is because the dictionary didn't allow me to choose a node. It only allows me to choose a node pass on the cameras, or in the dictionary on here, which is strange. I don't know why it only let me do that. Yeah, I don't know, because object wasn't working. It won't let me put a node in through here, which is strange. Yeah, because I don't have any other... Yeah, that is strange. I don't know why it won't let me choose it to put in a node. If I integer 23, because it doesn't... I have to choose one of these to actually do that. Yeah, that's strange. It won't let me do that. Okay. Let me add that just so I can delete it. How do I delete it? How do I delete it? Actually, remove item. There we go. Yeah. You know, I don't know why it only lets me... It might have to do something with how it actually gets the viewport texture that it might not let me do. Might be the reason why it doesn't actually do it. It's always local to the scene. Yeah, that's strange. I also don't... But then that doesn't... then I don't understand why the dictionary won't let me do that. Oh well. It just me... I'm just... I guess it means I don't need the camera system node path. I can just get the node itself from this button. Because, yeah, I can get the camera system node. So that way I don't have to set up the pass. And then what I want is camera system dot underscore camera behavior. Actually, do I have to call its script first? Or can I just call its function? I'm gonna try just calling its function, which is current camera change. Current camera change, and then I'm gonna do a button camera ID. And then deactive. Do I want... Well, I want it so that when it's deactive, it still changes the color, but maybe I want to override it so that when it's deactive, it doesn't. That it itself cannot deactivate itself. Maybe that's what I want to do. I also need to put names and stuff in all of these. On button active, camera system change current camera, change the color to active, on deactive, okay. Yeah. Starting to think I'm gonna need more in the camera ID path. Because I'm starting to think these are gonna need a dictionary that has a label of pass and then a label of button. Potentially, maybe. I don't know. Because I want it so that when this changes, it deactivates the button. Yeah. I think that's something I figure out in a moment. How do I do that? Because this, I mean, I guess I don't know if this actually works yet. So that's something I could test if I just make that one. And then in here, I just have it print. I mean, I guess if I brought this up, even though I'm not currently using it properly, if I brought it up like that, yeah, because I mean, I'm not using this screen properly. What I probably should do is actually, once I have this camera system figure out, either I gotta drag the cameras out of here. Let me put on the headset and test this. Because the button should change the camera if everything works properly, which I don't know why it wouldn't. I'm good at coding now. I don't make mistakes. Not at all. It's impossible for me to make this mistake. Where is my mouse? I'm trying to like look under through my nose hole. Okay. Boop. Oh, it did change. Oh, and those are connected because of how I made it. That's fine. Ignore that. It doesn't change to anything else because. So yeah, that is a problem that if I touch it again, it does deactivate. So I need to change how. I need to change how the camera buttons deactivate. Oh, that's stuck. Oh, that wrapped itself around my chair. What? Alright. I need to not copy over buttons, apparently. I need to not duplicate them because they like duplicate, but they're still connected. Even though I changed the script of this one, I don't know why. Oh, it's probably because the mesh instance is using the same mesh. Or like the same mesh in its, like, it believes it's using the same mesh. Okay. No, that's fine. I'll figure that out later. That's a different problem. The current problem is I do need it so that this guy doesn't deactivate itself. So I need to actually override. I need to override the touch code. I need to override this. I guess what I need to do is instead of if toggle button is true, I do if hmm. How do I guess one thing I could do is I could make it so it can be I could make it so that the button is able to be self-toggled. That doesn't sound like it makes any sense. Hmm. Function button touch if area's hand change color. Snapchat? What? Where did my phone? Where is my phone even at? There it is. Oh, and I dropped something. I'm great at this. Oh, that's absolutely amazing. I got my sister watching Gravity Falls now, and I can tell what episode she's on just by her texting me. Actually, then again, this text could reference any number of times a character was a piece of shit, so. But it means she hasn't finished this show because of the redemption arc, so I know she's still watching it. It could either be the first or second time. I feel like is she on? What time could he have been a piece of shit? Nah, I gotta focus on the code. That's a different thing. Yeah, because I don't really want to add all of this function in here just to change this. Because I feel like I want it so that I want to put this underneath. I think I want like export variable self self toggle boolean. And then I think instead of all of this shit, I need to do a match statement. Because instead of this, I want match. Actually, how does that work? Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know how match statements work well enough to know how I would do that. Because I don't want to have like 15 if else statements. Yeah, because this is just multiple. Pokemon, be quiet. Shush. Sneeze. There we go. Alright. Now, actually, what is the best way of writing this? If toggle button is true, okay. I just assigned my first Minecraft piston door that is flush with the wall. Ooh. Oh, that's actually interesting. I want to mess with redstone more. Since I play hardcore a lot, I don't want to, like, I don't want to design something in hardcore, but also I don't want, like, I don't want to design something in hardcore, but then I normally want to just play Minecraft, so I don't want to take the time to design something, but I should. What am I doing here? What is the thing I'm doing? Do I just use if else statements? If toggle button true, the one thing that annoys me is this right side is slightly delayed. Ooh. Yeah, no, piston doors. That does. I'm trying to think if I can. Yeah, that does suck. I know people who like spend their like whose entire thing is piston doors. They're able to make it so that they're able to find ways to quote unquote animate it by making the delays work differently, but that's also above my pay grade, so if toggle button is equal to true, button active is equal to button active. Button active. Because I need to add one more thing in here. Because I also need to check if it is self toggle. Self toggleable. That feels like a mouthful. Self toggle. I think it's one we go with. If toggle button true. I also made a simple animation with trapdoors. It was one of those red and white things you see outside of a barber. Ooh, I like the sound of that. Now you're making me want to go mess with redstone. I feel like that would be easier because I mean I'm stuck. I should just use if else statements. If self toggle. I don't need to have true, do I? In these cases where because it's just supposed to be if toggle button. If that's already true, I don't need true, right? I'm just that's redundant, isn't it? I just do that a lot where I like if true just cuz fix the right side delay. Nice. Yeah, I think that is just I think it's redundant. I just in my head I like seeing that it says if true. But also it probably isn't necessary at all. If self toggle do this else if uh button active but not. Actually that doesn't work in this case. I'm just doing stuff. Why can I not spell false right, for fuck's sake? Oh wait, not else if. I'm so used to C and having to write it all out that I forget, especially since I haven't been using else ifs a lot. But I just can't think of, because I can't think of a way to make match statements work. Just because I don't, I mostly just check one value with match statements. So if area is hand, change the color to touching with hand. If toggle button true, if self toggle, flip the polarity. Else if button is false, true. Else if it's true, else if it's false, which means it does if it's not self toggle. If it is not self toggle, then it will check if the button's active. If it's not active, make it active, activate code. And then if it is a toggle button, Oh wait, that doesn't work, does it? Because in this case, well, in this case, it messes with the colors because then it would change to touching color and then it wouldn't change back. I guess what I could do is take the active color and put it in here instead of in the active. Hmm. If toggle button is true, if self toggle is true, toggle it. Else, if it's false, do all of this. I guess what I could do is instead of checking if this is false, check if it's true, and then also do a else where it toggles this, and then here it just sets it to the active color to keep it active. Does this work? Does this make sense? Okay. When the button is touched, if it's a hand, change the color to touching. If it's a toggleable button, if it's self-toggleable, which means it can turn itself on and off, then it flips the button's Boolean state and then it runs the code on if it's active or deactive. If it is not self-toggled, then it checks if it's active. If it's active, change it back to an active color. Else, which means that it's neither self-toggle and it is not active, then it sets itself to active and then activates the active color, which changes it to the active color. In my head, that makes sense. Does that make sense? I don't know. I feel like there probably saying that out loud feels like there's a better way of doing this, but I can't think of one. Uh, Camera button. So doing that, I don't actually need to change that code in here. Now I just change it to be self-toggleable, keep that off. Because this button is not self-toggleable, that is supposed to be controlled by something else. Okay. Do 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 do. Okay. I actually don't need to have the deactive in here because the deactive is the same thing as just a color thing because the deactive code for the button doesn't actually affect it because the next button is going to affect here. Okay. Makes sense. So really all I've done is I made it so that it has the camera ID and then knows what the camera system is, and then made it so that the camera system changes cameras. That's not a lot of code, but it is different from the normal base buttons. Now I run into a problem. I need it so that the camera behavior can turn off the buttons. So what I need is I actually need the buttons to oh, how do I do this? I guess that also depends on how I want the buttons to, if I want to manually set the buttons. What was it? I have 11 cameras currently. Is that what it said? Yeah, dictionary size of 11. Don't want to touch that actually. What? What would I change? Because I need to make it so that it deactivates the correct button. But how does it know what button it is? What I think I need to do is I need it so that I think what I need is I need a camera button scene. Might be what I need. I'm just trying to think of how do I get the buttons to work properly, which is a problem. That is the main problem I'm running into. How do I get the buttons to work properly? Because I could just set, because I kind of want to set it up so that the buttons are in the camera system node, so that way it's all within itself. But then how do I know what button is which? I guess I could, because I also want it so that, I guess I'm just thinking about it. In my mind, I don't know how I want the button to because it really just depends on how I get the buttons to lay themselves out in a pattern. I guess what I could do. Oh, that's actually stupid and complicated, but also I like the idea of it. What I could do is I could have a space that the buttons reside in, and then what it does is it takes the cameras. No, that is a stupid ass idea. Oh, why am I having dumbass ideas? Why do I want to have dumbass ideas? Because what I could do, because it's already getting. Oh no! Don't be. Why do you want to be stupid? Why does my brain want to be stupid? Because what I could do, hear me out, is I could make it so that the cameras, it gets all the cameras positions. Okay, okay. It gets all the cameras positions, and then it maps out the camera positions to the buttons automatically when it is created. But that sounds stupid as hell. And I don't. But also, it means that the buttons will always be in the correct layout. Even if I move a camera, it will be on the correct layout in front of the camera panel. But that also sounds stupid as hell. but also that just means that I can change the cameras around without having any problems in the future. It's it it's a future-proof plan, but also that would take a bit of oh, I guess it is the thing of right now I'm the question is do I want to do the complicated thing that will future-proof everything or do I want to do it in a simpler way but then it's not future-proof? That is the question I'm running into, and I don't have my answer for that. I guess what I'm gonna do until I get that answer is I'm gonna make a new 3D scene. I'm gonna call it uh, camera button. Uh, Then what I kind of want is I just want the button that's actually already here. Test camera button. Copy. Paste. Actually, what I want is you. I want to change this to a area 3D, and I want to move the script up here. Camera button. Do area mesh. I want it to be a toggle button and self toggle is off. And then I want to get rid of you. And then I want to put all this transform stuff to 0. I guess collision shape is the one that's not at 0. It's hard to see that there with the lights off, but I know it's there. Yeah, okay. Okay. So this is default button. So how do I I guess I should save scene buttons. I guess what I should do is I should go to buttons. Instead of having base, I should have new folder, camera, new folder, scripts, and then go back up to camera, new folder, scene. Camera button. Base. Do. And then I want to change the script color to set color red. And then do I have a color for scenes? I mostly have scripts. I mostly just know scripts are red. Scenes, I mostly have just been keeping the same color. Yeah. Camera button, go there. And then I guess in the camera system, Yes. Export variable camera button base camera button object. What is the object? Base class for all objects and enter. Export type can only be built-in resource node or EM. Okay. I guess could I do node? And then if I click on here, base camera button, can I put this scene in there? Can I change this node to scene? Oh, what? How do I do this again? Been a while since I've called scenes. I guess I go find documentation. To how to load scene in Godot. Load in scene instances. Packed scene. And then can I load this in there? Okay. That doesn't open scene. That just didn't look right. Okay, but that's fine. I will. So now I have it so that it does load. Okay. Okay. So I have the pack scene. Okay. Current camera change. What I need is function load. I need to load buttons. And then what I need to do a for loop, and that means I gotta remember how to do for loops. Let me double check how that shit works. For X and 10, yeah. For cameras for cameras in what's it called? All cameras. For cameras in all cameras. Boo. Do something like this. To do variable camera reference get node camera variable camera reference is equal to get node camera variable Do. Variable camera location is equal to camera reference dot transform. I guess it's transform or position. Vector 3. This one is a node. Actually, I don't want to risk it getting upset. Okay, I guess I should see if that currently works. Ooh, what? I accidentally pressed the button. Print camera location. And then on load, I'm gonna do load buttons. Take it off for a bit. Oh, it disconnected again. Alright. Let's enable link. Apparently I'm facing all the sorts of wrong ways. Load this up. I'm gonna be facing the wrong. Oh, nope, it fucked up. Integer into node path. Ah, I see. What I need to do is I need to not so how did I do that? Camera pass. If I did that, because that path just went straight into the get node. So if I did that, reset that. Oh, it seemed to. Oh, because it's getting the current ID and not. Okay, what I do instead is get camera, then reset. Yeah, those are all the different camera positions, so that does work. Then what I need is I need a place to hold all of the. Okay. I need is in camera system. I'm gonna turn on the light just so that way I can see around here. That child node. Node 3D. Then holder. Okay. Now what I need to do is I need to load the buttons into button holder. Oh wait, what I shouldn't do that. I'm realizing I shouldn't load it in here. What I should do is do variable base camera button instance, which is equal to yeah. Okay, stretching a bit. I guess what I could do is what I should do is preload. Do camera instance. Variable camera button scene equal to preload base camera button is equal to scene.instance. Do button dot instantiate. Preload path must be a consistent string. What do you mean? If I do load instead, does that have to be a consistent string? Oh. Oh, it's what? Wait, am I doing this? Oh, this is I think this is creating the pack scene actually. So I don't. The point pack scene resource non-node to create. Actually, I think instead of that, I do base camera button. Okay, that's better. Okay. Then what I want is variable button holder. What? I guess I could do node button holder. Okay. Then down here I do button holder dot add child and then I do camera button instance. And then how do I all nodes? Tresson. Okay, so this creates the button. Now I just need to know how to move it. Button holder dot children. Get children. Print. I'm gonna do that at the start and the end. Shit. Can I call method instance on null value? What do you mean? But that's a pack scene, isn't it? Initiate a scene node hierarchy triggers child scene initiate triggers. What? Pack scene. Isn't the scene node child scene initiate triggers. Hmm. preload? Can I do load instead? One should be stringed, but is pack scene? What the fuck? Why wouldn't this work? If I look at key. What the fuck? Why doesn't that variable camera button instance is equal to base camera button dot instance. Base camera button is a pack scene. If I hover over pack scene, do node instance. Instance the scene node hierarchy triggers child scene. The fuck? Pack scene dot initiate. Why doesn't that work? On null value, but this isn't a null value. Or is it considered a null value because this isn't set until it loads? If I were to take this and put it in here, would that one work? Ooh, what? Get node and paste 3D camera 3D. Oh, it's because there's no camera in this scene. Let me try it in this one. That was just working. Don't act like you're not working anymore. Why is this one complaining? What? Oh, well, that's not a problem. Oh, there we go. This is complaining because there's already the child in the scene. Yeah, already has parent. Yep. Okay, so that works when I put it in there, which is a solution. What I need is camera button. Yeah. Guess what I could do is have to do. variable new button is equal to button holder get children. I guess I should do get child. What is probably the best one for this? It's node. Let me actually open up this in the actual documentation. Find children. Tree node. I'm trying to see what is the best way to get this. New name? Can I change its names? It's equal to new button plus string. Okay. Then I want to do the same thing again of getting button holder dot children. Get children. Oh, it's upset. Maybe the value string. Invalid assignment property or key name with value type string on base object null instance. String name? String name from string. Okay. So what I could do is I could just add that and then do string name. Shit. Well, it got I just did string camera. Invalid assignment of property or key name with value type string name on base object of type null instance. Did it get child 0? Would that fix my problem? Oop. Cannot add child 9 already as parent. Interesting, huh? New button equals the button holder. Well, it didn't do to get. Oh, it's because I didn't print that. The. Okay. How do I make it? The. Do, do, do. Dot. What is the camera thing? Actually, wait. Wait. I want to have both of these. Do, 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 do. There's no way this works, but I'm gonna run it. Yeah, it's just, do. I'm not seeing how to do that. How do I... I'm not finding a solution. How to... Scene Godot. But that's just creating the same thing. What do you mean? A child instance. Let me turn on my light. It's getting dark. How does... I'm finding online it's telling me that this should just work, but this doesn't just work. Actually, maybe I should stand up for a second. Make sure nothing gets pulled away weirdly. Hi. Do 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 do. To instinct. Because it's doing one, but it's not changing it. Oh, that's actually probably it. Instead of doing it here, I initiate it inside. How does that do? Now it's upset. Oh, it's because I did the scene and not the... Oh! I see. So that worked in some sense, but it didn't change the name of it. Ah, I gotta stop pressing that button. I gotta press this one. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that actually fucking worked. Wait. I set up the instance. I get the reference to the camera and I get its location. I get the holder and I add a child. I get the child. I get the position of the camera for that child. And then I get the new button. And then I set the ID to be camera. And that does seem to be working. So now this is adding all of the camera buttons, but I'm assuming that they're not adding it in a good way. What is all this error? Oh, that's all of it colliding with stuff that's not the hand. Oh, because it's all colliding with each other when they spawn in. So they're all just, okay. Nah, that's a bunch of yellow, but it's fine. How small? I can probably make these smaller if I'm being so real. Transform, scale, like 0.1. If I double check. Because yeah, that changes the scale for everything. Ooh, what? Oh, that is like really small actually. Maybe I don't do 0.1, maybe I do 0.3. I guess I would have to see what that actually looks like in the VR to know how big that actually looks. Let me also. I mean, that's gonna do. Yeah, camera system there, and I know it's gonna put the button basically on there, so I'll be able to see the button in there. If I load. Oh, that's not that bad of size. I'm also facing the wrong way right now, but that's kind of expected. Okay. Yeah, that button is fine. What I need is... how do I set this up? I need it so that when it loads the button... Okay. I need to add comments for my sake because fuck, I might lose in track. Load camera button. Reference camera and find location. Add button as child to button holder and change name and camera ID. And then what's next on here? Then what I need to do is I need to change make camera position all scale. So I need camera location. What I need is I need button location, which is gonna be time. Button location, no, that's a new variable. Button location is equal to camera location times 0.1. Does that work? Does that shrink down? Wait. Print button location. Actually, I should also print camera location. Camera location. Test that. That does seem to make it smaller, but I don't know by how much that actually will affect it. Location. New button dot position. It's equal to button location. Now let me see how that actually looks in the scene. If that, how far that moves everything. Let me reset that. Gonna need the controllers. Oh, that seems. I recentered. I also don't. Oh shit. Current camera changed from base nil. Well, that's sick. I love that. I fucked that. Whoopsies. Crashed the entire game. It also made all the buttons go at the same time. So what I probably need to do is have the buttons have their own material. I mean, how the fuck? Kind of fucked of you, game. Ergodo. Function ready. Let me think about this. Because I need to override its material. But I needed to have a different overridden material than everything else. Approval new material. Material. Okay, I need to get new material based off the base material. Button, button, okay, actually, mesh, dot, get surface, set surface override material, 0, new material. And that should give them all separate materials, hopefully. I know the game is still gonna crash when I try and test this out, but I'm gonna still try and test it out. Run. Well, it doesn't work at all now. I broke something completely. Oh, it's because I didn't call super ready. Because on ready. Yeah, on ready it connects everything. So what I need to do is do super dot ready. Oops, sorry, I hit my mic. I'm trying to keep my headset on. Ready. Alright, now that one should work. I mean, it's gonna crash the game, but it should work. Ooh. Actually, loaded the wrong scene. Nope, didn't work. Fuck me. Oh, I guess I am just getting... let me see. How to make new Oh wait, can I do that instead? Now that I'm looking at what I can actually do. Stop. Resource local to scene. That's probably actually gonna solve all of my issues if I do that. Let me try that now. Okay, it crashed, but they're all their own material now, which is exactly what I wanted. Oh, SteamVR has Hmm. I'll quit it. It'll reopen itself. Buh, 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 buh. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. Give me 1 second. Alright, back. Actually, wait. Give me 1 more second. Alright, there we go. What is it? Why is it crashing again? I forgot why the game crashes. Well, I should hang on a second. Let me remind myself why the game crashes. Put on the headset. Not centered, but if I do that, should load Steam VR. Why does the game crash? Current change. That's the problem. Stop that. Okay. So the problem is that this is not changing. Oh, did it change? It changed all. It changed my volume again. Right. Camera system is current camera change button ID. So something is happening in here where it's not actually setting the button ID. I'm also going to times this by 0.01 because it's still too far apart. What is it? Dot button camera. Print. New button. Button camera. Button. Oh, wait. Button ID, not object area 3D. Hold on, why weren't you giving me that area before? What? Oh, it's a camera's ID. Do, do, do. Wait, let me. Camera button. Camera's ID. Let's try that again now that I fixed my typo. 01. Okay, so it's setting all of the camera IDs. And then when button activated, camera system dot current change the button ID. So why does that not work? Oh, is it because I don't have the camera system? Oh, it's because the buttons need to assign their camera system. Oh, that shouldn't be too hard actually. Um, because what I need is new button dot camera system. Camera system is equal to self because this is the camera system the script is on. Let's try that. Oh, wait. I tested, did the wrong thing. Oh my god, I should put on the headset. Maybe 1 second. I keep putting on my headphones because I want to listen to the music, but then I gotta take them off so I can put on the headset. Where are all the buttons? Oh, they're all. Oh, that's interesting. I can't tell which button is supposed to be where. Oh shit. Oh shit, it works. Oh, but they're not turning off because I didn't figure out I didn't do the turn off thing. Do do do. Okay, so it's able to. Oh shit! Wait, that means it got. I can call. I can check the buttons now. I just need to work on the positioning because I don't know how that's working. Uh, load buttons. Change current button. This is what I really need. I need to. Hmm. Oh shit! A lot of debugs here. Attempt to use the same texture in frame buff attempt uniform. That's not. That's. I don't know what you are worried about, man. Don't worry about it. Um, what I need is. I need variable current camera button is equal to button holder dot get child current camera. And then I gotta do the same thing here. Variable current no, new camera. New camera. New camera button. It's equal to button holder dot get child new camera. I guess I should do new camera ID, and then this one should be current camera ID. Current camera button dot. This should be the function of button deactivate. I don't need to have the hand in there, do I? Nah. Right? Does that make sense? Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that just so that way I can call it here. Button deactivate. When calling the script of the child, it's camera dot current. Yeah, I do leave the deactivate. Yeah. Oh, I don't really need the button for this guy because it's already activated. And then deactivate should just change its color. I guess that what I should also do is change current button dot what is it called? Button active equal to false. And then try that maybe? Oops, sorry, hit my mic. Love doing that apparently. Boom. Boom. Oh shit. Now those need to be spread out more. Oh yeah, those are just very close together. What I really need is what would be a thing I could do? If I could set them out in a grid. Oh shit. Is it when I take my headset off that starts? No, I'm just getting a lot of debug errors. Hold up. Oh, and it crashed. That's fine. Attempt to use the same texture in frame buffer attempt and a uniform. It's not allowed. Look, man. Fix it yourself. I don't know what to say. Just be better. That ain't my fault. I blame the system. So the color changes. What I need to do now is I need to fix the load button so that way they all load in a better position. Hmm. Print. Print camera location. Print. No, print button location. Print button location. Print new button. And oh, it's because I hit the wrong thing. Alright. So that printed their locations for me. What I need to do is I just need them to get into a pattern. How do I do that? Do 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 boom. Hmm. How do I do that? Do. What I need to do is I need to reference stuff. So how do I do that? Hmm. Yeah, I think what I actually need to do is do it so that it's dot x. Oh, this needs to be a vector 3. Uh, 0. Where's the music? Is music just quiet, or is it because Steam OS crashed? Steam crashed. There we go. I'm skipping it. I just want to be able to hear music. Boo. 0. Said? Which one is which? I don't remember. Do. Camera system, position. So X is that way, Y is up and down, Z is that way. Okay. So I do need Y to be 0 for all of them. Vector 3. Interesting. Can't find C member in vector 3. Oh, like that? There we go. Do I need to put vector 3 there? I do. What was that notification about? I have so many videos I need to watch. I also have so much to do. There's so much for me to do. Okay, that's fine. I'll figure it out. Variable button location vector 3. Two times. Button times point 0.01. Let's do 0.05. Oh, I love how tangled my cable gets in just literally everything. There. Yeah, that's still spread out. I think it's just the main problem of these cameras are very close to each other. Like these ones here. What I'm like fighting with stuff. Trying to see if I can get those see when those debug errors are showing up. Well, is it when I'm holding on to both of them? It's when I'm touching both of them. That's it. Oh, screen flashed. How do I get these guys to be in better positions? That's the question I'm having right now. Oh, it's whenever one of them are activated. That's when the errors start showing up because they're touching. If they weren't touching, it'd be fine. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, if they weren't touching each other, it'd be great. But no, they gotta be touching each other. How do I get it so that they don't touch each other? If I go all the way up to stop, colliding with not hand. Yeah. Oh, what kind of math solution could I do to figure this out? Hmm. So which ones are the ones that are too close to each other? It looks like it's the ones. If I go here, looks like it's the corner office ones, which are one, two. Kind of wish there wasn't a roof on here. Oh no, those are the camera corners. It's personal office one and two that are the problems. Yeah, those are where the problems actually are. So that's what position in there is that? 6 and 7. How close are they? It looks like they need to be like point. It looks like they need to be like one away from each other at least. Potentially, I don't know. I don't. Because I mean, what is the size of the buttons? If I double check, they're 0.3, which means they need like a 0.3 by 0.3 area. Do do do. Oh, how do I? What is the solution for this? The problem is that some of them are getting too close together before the rest of them are appearing. What if I had like a grid system? But how would I do that? Do 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 do. Bye. Do 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 do. That's not gonna be the right one. This one. Then let me look at them. Well, none of them look like they're touching now. Oh, it's because I have only 0.3 instead of 0.03. So that's still too far away. So let me try that again. Ooh, sorry, Mike. I can't see shit. We'll push you away for a minute. Okay. Because most of them are fine besides those ones. How do I get them to be closer? I guess what I could do is I could get them all to be on like can I get them all to be on like 0.1s? On like ones. That's the wrong scene. Because what if I went and integered these guys? And then did that. Let me try that one. Well, that's better. That makes a grid. Are those two touching? I can't tell. They might just be touching. Hang on a second. I know how I can tell if they're touching or not. If I reset it and then check the debugger. Yeah, no, they're touching. Okay. How do I get them not to touch? I guess I could make the button smaller or make it so that they have less space. Well, the thing is I gotta make them compress more. Interesting. Okay. I mean, how much more do I gotta make them compress at this rate? Because the thing is like the further ones out are pretty far out. 1. Headset on. Oh yeah, they all like go together. But that's also pretty. It's actually a pretty good size, maybe? Maybe a little bit further out, like 0.2. 0.02, and then make these like, I don't know, maybe if I make them like 0.15. There we go. What if I tried that? Well, they spread out again. I really liked how close they were with 6.1. The problem is that they're just pretty close together when I do that. I mean, how do I get them to spread out anymore? I also do want bigger buttons than that, I think. Do I want bigger buttons? I mean, how does that feel? I mean, maybe if it really is just these ones need to be spread out more. It really is the thing of So I like the shape it withholds. I just wish these guys were further apart. Uh, and which ones were those? Those are 8, 9, 6, and 7. Are there? How could I tell? 6 and 7, 8 and 9. I guess what I would need to do is I'd need to check if if any of the other ones fall within that space. Which means I would need to have an array to check back to. I also do kind of wish that it was bigger still. Which I know it's just gonna probably cause more problems. Is there any other ones that collide with each other if I do that? Yeah, it's all the office ones that collide. All the ones around the office that collide, I should say. No, I don't want to open it again. If I did something like vector 3 x 0 button location dot said, and I did like a plus Well, if I did +1, all of them would be +1. I guess what I really need to do is just compare them to the other ones. Variable all buttons array, make that an array. For already loaded in all button array, if button location is equal if button location is greater than already loaded array loaded dot x z plus 0.5. Do 1 instead. Would this work? That is the question I am now having. Does something like this work? Oh, I loaded the wrong scene. It didn't seem to work. Oh, it's because I didn't add button. Because I didn't add any of the button locations. Okay. All buttons array. How do I add a variable to an array? Ooh, wrong tab. Variable. Do. Pen array add value. Ooh. I think that's exactly it. The append location. How does that work? Hey, would you look at that? It didn't work. I need to do something smarter than this. Do do do. I cannot figure it. I'm trying to solve a problem that I can't solve. I need it so that when they are too close, they move away from each other. I guess what I should do instead of this. Wow, bad spell. Okay. Instead of doing it like this, I think instead I need to do like just X. I think I just need to do this a couple times. Said. Do, and then all these ones are minus. Okay, let's look at this one. It's a fucking mess. Actually, what I should do is I should just make another function for this. Button locale, which is a factor 3. Button locale. Button array is an array. Space out buttons. Button location. All button array. Oh, this actually goes afterwards. Not all cold paths return value. Oh, I see what you mean. Return new location, variable new vector 3. Okay. Do. Do-do-do-do-do. Okay, at this current rate, at this current way of doing things, they all land with each other. What if I did something crazy? Like. Spread out most of them. Oh, that's not spreading them out anymore. Why is that not working? Okay, that did work. Oh, is it trying to do integers? It's doing integers. Okay. It's only setting integers. Because I've set it to be integers in here, I need to. Could I then bring it out? Oh, wait, no, it's not doing just integers. It did 0.5 there. What does this one look like? That one is, what is this, 0.5? Why does 0.5 and 0.6 look the same? Or times 2? They look exactly the same, actually. Print new button dot position. Point 0.08. Is it just when it's times 2? So that is working. It's just barely moving them, I think. difference between 1.5 and 2 does not seem to be enough of a difference to notice. Oh, why did I want to do it based on their position? I could have just had an array. I could have just had a line of buttons, but no, I wanted it to be in a relative position. So that way you can tell where the cameras actually are. Oh yeah, it's such a smart idea. I hate it. I need them to stop touching each other. If they just stop touching each other, everything will work. I need it so that the factor 3 does not coexist. I mean, I could have it so that there is positions that the cameras can be in. Do 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 do. For 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 loaded buttons and button array. Dude. Loaded button dot x greater than or equal to button local. Oh, great. It looks like it did not work. They all went to 0, 0. That's cool. Why? Why? Wait, why would that do that? New location is equal to button local. How about that? Let me try something more drastic. It doesn't seem to be moving it. Maybe if I tried the said one. Oh wait, that's not right. They're not moving. Oh wait, maybe it's because I'm writing this poorly. That did something. How something did that do? Interesting. What? Which ones are these? That's the office. Hallway storage. Instead of -3, what if I just did the -1? There is still one that's just completely gone. What if instead of just doing this, I also added stop. Oh, I can hear my computer screaming and I don't know why it's doing that. Why would you be screaming right now? It's not like I'm tearing you apart with this bullshit code. All right, let me try googling something again. Oh no. Okay. Is there change type grid map? Mesh library physics material. I don't know. Hold up. Do do position. I'm gonna just nope, that just put them all into the center. Interesting. Hmm. Doesn't seem to be working. Change type red. If I were to put base button in there. Oh shit, wait, that's not what I want. Detached script. I'm just kind of looking stuff up at this point. These. I don't think that's exactly what I'm looking for. Do, do, do. I'm just kind of throwing stuff. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Snap F. That shot. Oh, what? Oh, did I change some camera button instance? What? There. I think I changed some. I changed something that he got upset. Okay. There. Oh, I spread them out again, didn't I? Do. Oh. Which one's which? Corner office. Hallway. Hmm. I can't. I don't know where the other guys are. Which. What ones would those be? Like corners 3 and 4? Which guys are those? Corners 3 and 4, 4 and 5. 5, 15, -20. What is it complaining about? Same texture buffer? Yeah. 5, 5. Oh, some of them are snapping into the same location. Oh, I'm assuming that's like those guys. Hi. If I do a snap of 3, yeah, that groups them back up together, which I don't like. Okay. Which ones are which? Well, that's a hallway, that's a hallway, that's a hallway, that's a hallway. Bye. Do. Yeah, it's.
If I do a snap of 3, how did that one look again? It's the offices that are snapping into each other. Which one's 4 look like again? Oop, whoops. Oh, I recentered it. Hang on a second. Oh no. There. Yeah, there are currently 2 in there, and I need them to separate. This is where if for 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 snapped in button array, if new location is equal to snapped, if new location is equal to snapped. Do 5. Something like that. That didn't seem to do it. So it's a set. Oh shit. Wait, I gotta do equals minus 5. How's that do? Ooh. That did something to them. That's a corner office. That's the hallway. I think I want to do X instead. Ooh. I think these ones are a problem. I think these ones need to be forward more. But I don't know how I would do that. Unless I change the order and how they. Hmm. That really is the problem I'm seeing right now is that these guys should be forward more. Hmm. Kind of just throwing stuff at here. Like, I feel like I'm close to a solution. I mean, I feel like this worked. Hang on a second. I think that's better. But I think the problem I'm now having is that I don't like how this one is changed. Can I? How? It's acting like I can change that, but it's not letting me. Does that work? I think I like the look of that better. I think that that is better, but I still don't care for it. Like, I really do wish I could. Hmm. Like, kind of wish I could have moved that one back one, and then these guys forward one. But I mean, if I snap to one. Hmm. Really is the problem of these guys are just too close. I want to remove that item. Oh, it's because I currently have it set to be 0. Which one's the front door? Like, it's like PO4. No, it's like corner 4, if I'm being honest. Which is, I don't remember which one. Corner 4, 5? Okay. Cannot convert argument 1. Get node. What? Is it just upset because it didn't fully load that I changed it to 5? No. What? Null instance string. But then dot name is equal to string. I guess the problem is that this starts at 1. I printed 1. New button dot string camera. Why is that now not working? Why would that not be working now? Oh, I know why it's not working now. Hey, would you look at that? I fixed it. Yeah, I don't know how else I split these cameras up. I'm sorry. I'm really regretting doing this. Okay, that's in the screen. And then if I were to move it that way, I guess, wait, which way am I moving that? Positive said? Oh, I see why that goes the other way when I do that. Hmm. How's that work? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, wow. What the hell? How did I crash that? Okay, what I think I need to do is I need to go back. I need to re-add that 0. That really was just how it fucking worked. I need to have a 0 for it to work, which is kind of insane. What is it? It's a node path. Why is it down there now? Seems like it still worked properly. Ooh. Oh, what the hell? I'm crooked in the VR test. What? Oh, Steam VR is having an issue. Oh, what the hell? Oh, it's not good. Can I show this? Wait. Oh, yeah. So this is me looking straight. Oh, wait, no, it's just completely frozen on my end. Because I'm crooked. Okay, so the VR broke. My VR broke. You Disconnect, reconnect. Oh, my computer is screaming. Seems like the VR does not want to work anymore. Oh no. Oh wait, why is it showing up back there? What? Wait, why is the VR stuff? There we go. It's gone. Oh wait, no, I gotta. There we go. It's gone. That's strange. Yeah, so the VR stopped working. Oh, those buttons. Okay. I'm gonna go with the 4 for now. Because this was the best I had it. I just wish I should probably play with this some more, but that is the best I can get it right now. Oop. And since the VR decided to stop working and we're at 4 hours, I think I'm gonna call it there. Is the music okay? Yeah, the music is still working. I just can't hear it because of all the VR nonsense. I'm gonna switch to this song. I'm gonna switch to end screen, and I'll see everybody later. Oh, I didn't upload last stream's VOD, did I? Oh well, I'll just have to upload it with this one. It felt like I was doing good, and then all of a sudden I hit a brick wall, and every bone in my body broke. So we'll fix all those bones next time. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'll just go hide in a hole instead. Have a good night, everybody. Bye bye.